Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hello. Ads may not stop you, but I can. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to my first stream in which I actually have my mic set up correctly. Also, hello, Stefan. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? What were you making? If you want, you can please send an art text through the Discord or wherever you may feel most comfortable, so that I can show it off and show other people how cool you are. Please do check out Stefan and make sure to give him a follow or just watch some of his previous streams. He's super cool to hang out with. But also, thank you, Scry. I'm glad that the new audio sounds great. Fun story. I was actually speaking to the back of my Yeti microphone. So I guess if you heard me speaking behind your ear all of this time, it's because of that. It wasn't actually a conscious decision. Thank you so much, and also hello, Scry. Welcome, 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 welcome everyone who raided in. I am a ghost of the blanket variety, and I am a part-time illustrator and full-time hunting expert. Thank you so much for raiding in, and if you need to head out after stream, feel free to do so. Feel free to grab a drink, grab a snack, go sleep, whatever you may need. I know that streaming is very, very exhausting. Hello, Ludwig. Hello, hello, hello. The streamer sold me Taco Bell in the back of Fanboy Hooters. Leo, that's illegal. You gotta sue. Is there someone behind me? Not anymore, PK. It's okay. Also, let's see who got first. Damnation! Congratulations on getting the first Swiss position ever. Congratulations, Hybrid, on getting second. And congratulations to Nados on getting third. Yippee! You solved the case, Ludwig. I'm glad. I thought that it was getting pretty late for you when I bought them. actually thought that you would have gone offline by now. Because it is technically pretty late, right? Are you tired, Leo? Well, Leo, it's because you wake up and go to sleep at ungodly hours. Nobody goes to sleep at 7 p.m. in the night to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. Just because they like it. It's 1 a.m. But no way, it's NTR. No way, it's NTR. That's so funny. Oh, I haven't done that in 2 weeks. Huh. But yeah, it's pretty late right now for you. Couldn't be me. No, it couldn't be you, of course. Oh, we've got... Oh my god, that looks so cool. Wait. Look. Look at this! Look! This is what Stefan was doing on his stream. He was modeling like his little area for his streams. He does all the 3 modeling. Yeah, all the messes about cheating. Oh my gosh, that's so insane. This is why I am not involved in romance whatsoever. You can't get cheated on if you are in no relationship. Dog, I'm worn out because I did actual work to cover up the fact I've been half-assing my job. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I hope that you'll get a nice good night's sleep, Leo, after this. But look! I was there for when he was making the bands, and when he was making the beanies, and when he was making like this little thingy. It's a desk. Sorry. I know what it is, it's just that I sometimes forget words in English. Oh, you got a week vacation! Congratulations! I'm glad that you got a week vacation. That's honestly great. Oh, and look, there's now a flat screen TV, there's some cabinets, there's a garage door. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure it's super cool. A workbench! Oh! I have no idea what's the difference between a workbench and a desk. But I assume they're super different. Also, Ghost, I got an art question for you. Yeah, sure, Leo. Hit me. Just put, let me see. I think that I can just put, Stefan. He can replace me as a baby. Add existing. No, not source, image. Wait, don't I have me as a baby? What the fuck are twink nipples? Well, usually they're just nipples, but on a twink. That's what I'm assuming. Wait. Oh. Why does me as a baby not show up? Interesting. It's okay because I'm putting Stefan either way. I'm putting Stefan's picture as a little art text. But yeah, usually twinkle nipples are nipples but like on a twink. Is there any difference between like other types of nipples and twink nipples? I am not a twink expert, unfortunately. You may have to ask Crony for that. Or Kit. I think those two are like the twink experts. Or I. Shindar is also a twink expert. But yeah, guys, if you know what twink nipples are, please do educate everyone. Spare no details. Okay, there we go. I can be over here. I can put you below my stream avatars. Yes. There we go. Now Stefan's little room will be with us for a little bit. I'll guess a workbench is bigger and sturdier than a desk. Oh, and the stuff on the ceiling is the garage door mechanism. I see. You see, since I have lived in apartment complexes my whole life, I have never actually seen a proper garage. There was like a fenced garden back in my grandparents' house, but since it was just a garden that was fenced up, we could just open the door and use it as a garage, but we never had a garage proper. Bum, bum. Oh, so my artist for my design sent me a DM about my design and I'm scared. Okay, so I assume that they're asking if you want like visible nipples or not in your design. I don't know, people sometimes like twinks to have visible nipples. I am not shaming, we do not kink shame in this channel, but I suppose that's something that you'd have to think about. Also, why am I peeking so bad? Filters? Oh, I'm super peeking. Twinks, twunks will love the most, so true. Twinks, twunks, hunks. The entire spectrum. Suki o murai. Yeah, I don't know how good this microphone will be because, I don't know. It's just that I tried setting it up as well as I could. Oh, I also forgot to like put down my music so that you guys could hear me better. I usually put it like locally. I know 僕をあなたと今だなまらなら愛と愛使いのさ Oh yeah, by the way, fun fact. Well, I was like, I guess troubleshooting my microphone settings and stuff. I discovered that you can actually have like voice effects in your microphone. Well, let me show you guys. I don't know if you guys will hear the difference, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Yes, Yeti. And now, effects.
I am now an alien, I think. Can you guys hear me as an alien? Oh!
How about this? Or this?
I can even become even more squeaky than before.
Or I can become a deep voice man.
I can also become so spooky. I don't know if you guys are listening to it. I'm sure that it's funny. Right?
You hear me? I wonder if maybe this is like something to do in like a stream. Now I just record myself on some of this so that I can hear it. I say, hello, this. I know a demon, I think.
This is a demon voice, I think. That's what the thing says.
Yeah. How about
I robot. I am not robot ghost. You know, it is like, you know, it can be weird because the problem is that I cannot hear what you guys are listening. I don't know what you guys are hearing when I put on the effects, but apparently this is like something that Blue voice, like something, something Blue microphones have. No, thank you. Yeah, I can just like deactivate it and then it'll be my normal voice, but then I can just do like do Blue voice again, and then I can be a I just found out about this and I'm very excited. I just find it to be very, very funny. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it maybe for later. It can be like a funny little soundboard. The thing that about this like Blue Voice app that you can use on your Blue mics is that it also like auto adds equalization and stuff, effects like that. So it can be difficult when you have like your OBS effects, and then you have the OBS, like the Blue effects. They may compound onto each other and they may sound very, very different, you know? It can be very funny, yes. I can finally make funny sound effect things. But yeah. How have your guys' week been? I wasn't able to stream Friday and Saturday because I got sick. But how have you guys been? Has your life been okay? I heard that apparently Trump has chronic venous insufficiency or something like that. And people are like very like, oh, he's gonna die very soon then. Honestly, I don't think so because my grandpa has it and he is well onto his 89s. He has it because of diabetes though. Wait a minute, it's you? Yeah, it's you, Tana. I'm working on your emotes. I'm like resketching them all over again. It's okay, Tana. I hope that you have a nice meal. What French cuisine are you making? I'm sure that it's super delicious and super French. M. I mean, yes, also what French are you? What type of French are you? Rugal sauces from La Réunion. Oh, fancy. Evil. So true. There are so many types of French. You need to know. Also, wait, somebody just subscribed. Who subscribed? Okay, pour moi. Oh my god, that actually looks delicious. Guys, look. Look what Anna is cooking. That looks absolutely delicious. Oh the fuck, I want something. I want that. There you go. Look at that! What the heck? That's so delicious! That looks scrumptious. It's basically a plate of smoked sausage cooked with olive oil, onions, and spices reduced into tomato sauce. That sounds absolutely amazing. Let me just... Oh my gosh, why is my power up and rewards thing so weird? It might be OBS, it's always OBS. But yeah, I think that this deserves a nice.
Nice.
I don't know if it's just me or if things is like super low. I cannot hear that well. It might be just my audio setup. It might be just that I have it way too low and I cannot hear well. But yeah, that looks scrumptious, delicious, and I expect you to send me a little bit. Well, yeah, right now I'm working on commissions. Getting back everything that I lost. It's okay, I have already gone through all 5 stages of grief. Now we ball. I do have to say, I will have to like simplify a ton of parts of the armor thingamajig. Because in emote form, they'll just not be recognized. They'll look very small. And yeah, look, we have this, then we have this. And then when we're done, we can do this one. And we can line it up. Line them up. Up. I mean, line them up. There we go. Proper English. I know English, I promise. Let's see. Now I can boink. I think that I also need to like change my PNG tuber. Yeah, because now it isn't catching everything. Hello. I am a ghost. Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch up a little. How about this? Okay, now it's a little bit more efficient. I forgot that I also would have had to like change the PNG tuber plus settings because I also changed the mic settings. I still can't believe that I realized that when I was teaching by the way, Freak of Earth, she's also a streamer now. I realized that I was actually talking to the back of my Yeti mic when I was helping her set up her own Yeti mic. While I was watching like the tutorials that I had used to set up and to remember which settings I had, I realized that everyone was talking on the opposite side of the Yeti. Not in the side that I was working on, that I usually talked on. And then I had a revelation. The revelation is that I am very, very stupid. And that perhaps I should have like maybe checked out the Yeti tutorial when I set it up when I moved back home. Because perchance if I had just read the manual, this wouldn't have happened. Yeah. What else have you guys done this weekend? Yeah, because I didn't stream Friday. So it's been almost 5 days, I think. Yeah, 5 days. 4 days. 4 days, yeah. What news do you guys have? Aside from the obvious that just happened like an hour before I started streaming. Because if you guys don't know, Iron Mouse is leaving VShojo because apparently they scammed her out of a ton of money. And they pocketed some charity money. Imagine pocketing charity money for a streamer that literally suffers from said condition the charity is all about. That's just pure evil. Also, I think that trying to like pull a smart one over the VTuber that is essentially like the face of your company is one of the worst things that you could ever do. Is the worst financial decision you could ever do. Because honestly, I thought Iron Mouse was a co-founder of Bishoujo. I thought that she was a founding member. But apparently not. So I'm pretty sure that Bishoujo's now over. Sorry about Emily, who quite literally just signed a contract with them. Oh, that must suck. That must suck for Emily, actually. Imagine you signed a contract with like one of the best VTuber companies a couple of months ago just for them to literally implode less than 6 months later. That's the worst timing that's ever happened. I don't think it even equates to the members to the wave that came out right after Selendatsuki left Niji-sanji, because Niji-sanji is pretty big. The faces of their company are Japanese streamers. So it's not like their flagship member was leaving, as important as Selen was for the English branch of Niji-sanji. I am definitely not trying to like take away Selen's contributions to Niji. But the difference is that Niji was a very established company when Selen joined. But Bishoujo? Iron Mouse was with Bishoujo since the beginning, right? So, one of the members that has been like right there since the beginning and is basically the face of your company, the person that they recognize the most amongst your talents. And having that person leave is just absolutely insane. And again, it's not like you left amicably, it's because you didn't pay them. And you stole money from them. So, given that the face of that company is now going against you, it's not going to fare out very well. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that Bishoujo will survive because of this. Like, it could have survived if Mouse had left Bishoujo on amicable terms. If maybe it was just like a contract thing. That she decided that maybe she was better off as an indie. And continue her business elsewhere. But no, this is a huge thing. I don't want to call it a scandal because this is more than just a scandal. This is like actual lawsuit material. And very serious embezzlement charges that could be set up. And according to Mel, she's talking to her attorneys. And she most likely is also talking to the people that run the autoimmune deficiency foundation. Because they got scammed out of $500,000. You really can't complain about getting a chargeback for I think that it was $175 if I add everything together. Yeah, $175 when there's people out there getting scammed out of hundreds of thousands. It's just a different ballpark. Yeah, I don't watch Iron Mouse very often live on streams because usually streams with large chats, ones that run so fast, like for example Saba, Kenji, Iron Mouse, I get overwhelmed very quickly, so I usually don't do that. But I do really love her videos and compilations. And it does sadden me that someone who has been a beacon of positivity in the community was taken advantage of so like shamelessly Yeah, that's the word I'm thinking of. Shamelessly. Yeah, I just hope that Mouse can get back on her feet and continue her VTubing activities without much trouble. Especially because I don't know if she'll be able to use the models that she got through Bishoujo. I don't know if those are hers. Because while I know that if you leave Bishoujo, you live with your IP, I don't know if that also amounts to all of the assets and media that you acquired through the company. Because that is like a different ballpark. As far as I'm aware, I don't know how the contracts were drafted. Because there is a difference, when you like make business with like the VTuber in person, like if say for example Iron Mouse came to my VGen or to my coffee and commissioned me a piece, and it would be different if instead a VShoujo employee, a VShoujo representative, came into my VGen and coffee and asked for a commission on behalf of Mouse. That's a different thing. Because by that point, as an artist, I am giving the intellectual property rights to VShoujo, not to Iron Mouse. So I don't know how that would work per se in Mouse's like favor. So obviously I don't know much. National Bard! Holy crap, thank you so much! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted! And congratulations, BK Tangdam, Meter God of Metagame, Aaron Munchkin, Kawaimoa, and Scry on getting. Oh, and also thank you for the Medis! Wow! And congratulations, everyone! Who got a subby? Thank you so much! Honestly, I'm surprised that you don't have like your own, I was to say like your own sub. You just gift subs, but that's okay, I won't complain. Thank you so much. That's super sweet. And oh my god, we've got a hype train too! Yippee! Hype trains are super rare, so it's always fun to see them. Make sure that when the hype train ends, you show me. Oh, thank you so much for the gifted sub, dummy. Oh, I wonder why my sound alerts aren't working on my side. Alert box. Let me put that over here. Yay! Now Bart has a sub! Congratulations! Yeah, it's not working. Let me check. Does the Benz follow? Yippee! Huh. I didn't mute my alerts. I wonder why it's not working on my side. That's a problem for later. Because it does show that you guys are hearing the alerts, so it's just a problem on my side. Yeah, it's just a problem on my side. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, this really helps me out a lot. As a freelance artist, code for unemployed. But yeah, how has your day been, questionable Bard? Remember to get your daily coffee bean. Everyone who hasn't gotten their daily coffee bean should get a coffee bean. They are delicious and scrumptious. And good for making any sort of coffee. You got a rainbow coffee bean. Congratulations. I need to make more coffee bean variants. I need to make a ton more coffee bean variants. I just need to like do my research on what other types of coffee beans that aren't like, I don't know how to say it, super obscure. Yeah, I need to get some more coffee bean variants that also aren't super obscure so that you guys can get more coffee bean variants. Or I could just make more like novelty coffee beans. You got a naughty coffee bean. It's not free, don't worry. But yeah, do you guys know that a ton of the times the coffee like flavor notes are defined by the fertilizer and type of dirt that you're using for your coffee beans? Unroasted coffee beans, when? I mean, would you really want an unroasted coffee bean? They're kind of yucky. I'm not gonna lie, they're kind of yucky. I have tried some. That's why they toast them, because they don't taste that good unroasted. Chocolate covered ones, that is true. That's actually a type of candy here. Chocolate covered. Oh, 30 seconds until hype train ends. Yippee! Yeah, let's see. Maybe I could give you guys other nationality coffees. It is assumed that all the coffee beans that I'm giving you are Colombian coffee beans, which by the way are the best coffee beans. But maybe I will give you other coffee beans that are marginally on the same level as Colombian coffee. Not really on the same level, but like, I guess they're good enough. Oh, I wanna see. What did I get? Oh, I got a button smash button. Yippee! Okay, there's like 2 thingies here. I'm trying to keep the details as faint as possible because, again, a ton of the stuff is not going to be properly seen once I start checking out for scaling problems. I forgot the eyebrows. Wait, what emotes did you get for Hype Train? I wanna see. Oh! Those are so cute! You know, I have seen one that's Grilly Goose, Gritty Goose. That's so cute. They hold this. I got them split. That's such a cute thing. Oh, the Danger Dance. I also have the Danger Dance. And that one, Goblin Gem. Why did I think that was a Yomi emote? It looks like the assistants. It does look like Yomi's assistants, I'm not gonna lie. But it's okay, because Yomi came first, I'm sure. This is my collection of Hype Train emotes. I honestly have gotten all of these by sheer luck. I was just listening to background music, but just the sketch is already amazing. Blanket, I'm glad you like it, Donna! I'm going to send the sketches out to you privately on Discord, so that you can, like, make sure that everything looks okay on your side. This is Linkin Park, yeah. Yeah. So now we've got the yippies emote as well. Oh, no, of course. I usually try to always reach my clients as soon as possible. It depends on like what type of commission it is. Usually for character design commissions, I take a little bit longer because I need to make various options for character designs. But usually when it is like a standalone commission that is just like a specific character with specific poses, specific etc. I can reach out as soon as I make the concept pose or the concept expression. And honestly, that makes things way smoother. I really like making sure that I get revisions as soon as possible so that I can correct them very promptly. But yeah, as you can see, we've got Tana Smug, we've got Tana Flustered, and we've got Tana Yippee! Oh, let me just like put up the thing over here. Well, these are gloves, but all of that I will do in color later. Because the line art will just make it look more bulky. I like yippies! They are some of my favorite types of emotes. Oh wait, no, this is vertical. Or what? I'm glad that you like the yippee. I think that it is essential for a streamer to have a yippee emote. I love yippeeing in chat. It is my favorite thing to do. In fact, we do have a yippee emote. Yippee! So true, Domi. We love yippeeing in here. Actually, that was a very well timed. That was very well timed. Yeah, I'm gonna save those emotes. And I will send you the feedback so that you can just like square or circle anything that looks odd to you. And then just hit me up whenever you have time, okay? There's no rush. Don't worry, you don't have to be in a big time rush to reply to me. Okay, now it's not like it's 1:44 a.m. for me anyways. Yeah. That's why I'm like telling you no rush in replying. I know that it's really late for you. I know that it's super late. So take your time and you can check them out tomorrow. You don't need to like rush for a reply or something. What the heck? Oh. Yes. This is my reference. And now we can continue with more commissions. Oh fuck. PNG2 plus remix. There you go. I'm back. I am back. There we go now. Big time. I think that the settings didn't save though. Yeah, they didn't save. But there we go. Now it works. Yeah, now it works. Ba 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 ba. Ba-da-da-dang-dang. Man, I miss shows like this, but then again, yeah, it's a freaky freak. It's a freaky freak. Apparently, it's going to be like part of like a special thingy that she's going to do with like pick-up lines and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that she's just going to race you all up. It's like a special racing commission. Honestly, if it weren't for the solid black parts, aside from the solid black parts, I really do like Drawing Freak. Her design is really well done. The solid black parts are just like a pet peeve of mine, and I'm really proud of the skin. I think that the skin looks really good. Even though it will not look super clear after I like add the multiply layer, because I have to do this, since she's like standing over you, it's gonna look like this. And then I'm gonna have to add like and then I gotta go over here and do an overlay layer. This with yellow. And I have to go over here like this, and like this, and like this, and like this, and like this. So that it looks like she's caging you in. So that freaky looks extra freaky. Of course, I'm gonna like the effects proper later, but this is just like a guide for me to make sure that I am doing everything correctly. Yeah, look now for keys for Kier. I do want to make like two versions. One where Freak is just like this, and another one where it's less visible, or like there isn't that much overlay. Okay. But for now, I'm just like doing the basic shading. Also, I forgot about her ear. I almost left her ear unshaded. I do really like actually making Freaks commissions because I don't draw apps pretty often. Most of my male characters have their apps covered or just don't show their apps often, so it is nice to have a character that I can draw apps on and like experiment with shading, because I admit I'm not the best at it. I know like anatomy, it's just that drawing and shading apps is one of like my Achilles' heels. I really need to get on drawing more male characters. Actually, that's one of the reasons why I got into Twisted Wonderland initially. It's just so that I could learn to draw more male characters. All that are like different races and physiques. Like, yeah, they all look like generic anime boys at the end of the day, but they're generic anime boys from different countries. So they're gonna have like slightly differing faces, face structures, what's it called? Attributes. And I have always chosen to have my noses and some of my and some of like the lip details to be different from like the usual anime style that just has like the dot nose or like the inferred nose shape, because I do think that it does make characters not have as much facial diversity as I like my drawings to have. Unlike my characters who have different features, not just the eye shapes, but also their noses to have different shapes, their mouths to also have different shapes. And I have been drawing like just a couple of characters recently, so it isn't really on display right now. But I used to love making like little sheets for fandoms that I was in. Like little portraits of each of the characters with all of my headcanons of what their features would translate that in my style or how I imagine their features to be. I just think it's fun. Ugh, I won. Yippee! What is this like an error in line art? Give me a second. Oh yeah, this is a line art error. I think Freak right now is either asleep or modding Crony's chat, since he's doing a joint stream with Kid. There's probably a lot more people that she has to moderate. By the way, speaking of mods, I'm gonna send some stuff later on mod only chat after I'm done with the stream. So, once you're there, or once you're free, I'd like you to please give me your opinions on it. But keep it a secret. Don't say anything on the general chat. Not like Fickle. Oh yeah, I am pretty sure that Freak must be either asleep or just busy. Because it is pretty early for her, either way. Because at the end of the day, Crony and Freak's time zones are very close together, I think. Oh, I really love like this little detail on the lip gloss that I made for Freak. I think that it looks really nice. It makes her lips look really pretty. Man, honestly guys, what I didn't tell you about like the times that I had like my computer on the shop is that I had actual drawing withdrawal. I had withdrawal symptoms because I wasn't able to draw for an entire night. I may have an addiction to drawing, but I think that since it is my profession, I may be okay. I'm sure that being addicted to your job will not cause any bad things to happen whatsoever. Withdrawal is crazy. Yeah. I was just feeling so anxious. I wanted to like draw something, or I was like, oh, okay, since I am free right now because I cannot use my computer, maybe I can just like get some progress done on this and this project, and then I remember, oh, that's actually in my computer and I cannot touch my computer. And then, even though I was doing traditional art, I was like, okay, but I am just wasting time because I could be using my computer to do this and this project, but instead I'm just wasting time drawing on fucking pen and paper. I may have a problem, but that's okay. But yeah, I usually get drawing withdrawals. So the thing is that I have used drawing as a method to self-soothe and to help with my anxiety since I was a baby. So now I cannot live without having like some sort of notebook or pen and paper at hand. Even if I don't end up drawing anything, I don't feel complete unless I have either something to draw on. And that is completely healthy and normal, by the way. Oh, by the way, I have seen a lot of VTubers stream Uma Musume lately, and honestly, it just makes me like even more sure that I should not play Uma Musume ever in my entire life. Because just seeing someone roll for their Honsus, it already like itched. I wanted them to roll for more. Did they get their preferred character? Good. Now roll again. Again. Roll until you are broke. I want you to roll until you die. Yeah, PK, I am afraid I may have a little bit of an addictive personality, so I choose to stay away from places that I may spend all of my money on. Oh, ads in 50 seconds, guys. Ads in 50 seconds. Feel free to grab a drink or whatever you may need. In the meantime, I will grab something to drink because I have already finished up my drink. But yeah, I try not to spend money on gacha games because I know that I have no sort of self-control whatsoever after I put on like the first little payment. But one good thing is that Twisted Wonderland, which is one of like the few gacha games I play, Twisted Wonderland's prices are so egregiously expensive that my reasoning kicks in whenever I see like the prices for the premium currency. Because usually a singular 10 roll on Twisted Wonderland is worth 300 gems. Or 250 when you do like the monthly pull. They give you like a monthly 10 pull for 250. And the price to get 300 gems. Give me a second, it's loading. But it is really expensive. It's like 10 bucks for 300 gems. How am I supposed to gamba with that little money? How am I supposed to? Okay, Berry just came in. I'm gonna go on and grab a little drink. I'll be right back. Play Words game in the meantime. Make me proud. I can't believe you guys lost on Worths. I'm so disappointed. Also, hello, Fickle! It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We just came back from ads, so you didn't really miss anything. And I can't believe that you guys... Oh yeah, Freaky! Yeah, we're doing Freaky. Anyways, I can't believe that you guys lost on Words. I am so disappointed. And I hope that you guys do better next time. Alright, no problem, Tana! Have a nice sleep! And I can't believe it's 1 AM in France. Time zones are insane. 2 AM? Holy fuck. Right, because it was 1:44 the last time you... Wow. Anyways, time zones are insane. Like, I understand why time zones exist, but I don't like them. Don't like time zones. I think everyone should just use Colombia's time zone for reference. It will make everything so much more simple. It's crazy to me that you're in the same time zone as me. Well, Colombia's time zone is CST, right? It's just that, it's just a very common time zone. It like encompasses a ton of countries. Let me just show you. Time zone map. It just aligns pretty well. There you go. Look. So CST is all of this area. That's a ton of countries. Boing, boing. So we've got Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. Wait, no, Cuba and Costa Rica? Puerto Rico. I am not good at geography. But then you have US number 1. US number 2, US number 3, Canada number 1, Canada number 2, Canada number 3. And then we've got Venezuela. Venezuela technically should be in CST. It's just that, in the reign of Álvaro Chávez. Is that even his real name? I know that his surname is Chávez. No, Álvaro Uribe is the one that was at odds with Chávez. And Chávez's name was... Chávez... I was alive for the reign of this guy, but I don't remember who he is. Hugo Chavez. Okay, Hugo Chavez. Hugo Chavez changed Venezuela's time zone to -4. Wow. We call that East Coast. Yeah, so usually it would be EST. But since we don't have daylight savings, it means that we are always in CST. So right now, you guys are in daylight savings, so it's EST. But we always stay at the constant of CST. Yippee! And then Tana is over here. That's Tana. Yeah, here most of the equator doesn't need daylight savings. Like, this is like the equator, the line of the equator. So most of the equator doesn't really use daylight savings because most of our like daylight times are the same. It's usually a solid 12-11 hours ish. So usually on winter, the sun goes up at like 6 a.m. 6:30 a.m. and then it goes down at like 6:30 at like 5:30 p.m. So it's a half-hour difference. But in summer, the sun goes up at like 5 a.m. and the sun goes down at 6:30 p.m. But usually it just stays at the regular hours of like 5. And usually in like regular times, it usually goes up at like 5:30. And then it goes down at like 6. This is like, since there's not really that much of a change when it comes to like how many hours of sunlight we get, honestly, daylight savings isn't as useful. And as you can see, Brazil has apparently 2 different time zones. Damn, that must be confusing. Honestly, it is really funny to see that North America has like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 time zones. Congratulations. Meanwhile, South America has at most 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. The lines just means that we don't have daylight savings. Oh my god, look at this, plus 9.5. That must be hell. That must be hell to count. Plus 9.5. 11.5, 10.5. And I assume that since this is also here, it must be in between 4 and 3, so 4.5 or 3.5. Because orange means areas in partial hour time zones. Plus 12 and 3/4. Never mind, I found the worst one. This specific area over there. Plus 12 and 3/4. That's insane. And you know, it's funny that Japan touted itself as the land of the rising sun because it was supposed to be the country where the sunlight reached it first. Like the first country where it actually became day. But then this area was discovered, and then this area was discovered, and then they're no longer the land of the rising sun. They no longer have claims to that. And yeah, time zones are insane. I think that everyone should just use Colombia's time zone for my sake and my sake only. Let me see, I think that I use some sort of shading on this, like, scars. Yeah. So I just gotta, with my, also do those specific, very slight scar tissue shadings. 오네가이 이츠마데모 이츠마데모. I can't believe that people still get surprised about Kenshi Yonezu also being Hachi. Because I just thought that was common knowledge. I thought that everyone just knew that Kenshi Yonezu, even though he is now a very prominent pop artist in Japan, he is also one of the most iconic Vocaloid producers of his time. Man, I want to be him when I grow up. Also, did you know that he draws all of his album covers? He actually graduated from a very good graphic design and fine arts university and is an illustrator. He has an illustration diploma. And that's super cool. Again, I wish that were me. When I grow up, I wanna be Kenshi Yonezu. Somebody give me a sub? Yeah, somebody gifted me a sub. It is so funny when you get subs on your inbox from streamers that you have never seen ever. I wonder how exactly Twitch works with that. Do they just choose people at random? I thought that they chose from your pool of followers, to be honest. But maybe they just pull up whomever they decide would be a good fit. Oh wow, look, Iron Mouse has raised 100K. $100,000 for the immune deficiency thing. It's usually a stream you jumped in for a second, huh? Interesting. I wonder if maybe shared streams work for that because I don't remember this person. Interesting. But yeah, look. Mouse has now raised 100K to the Immune Deficiency Foundation. They're a fifth way there. Boink. They're a fifth of the way. I hope that she can actually raise what she lost because that is a ton of money to lose. Also, I wonder if this actually is... outside Joe, okay. Accurate, yeah, it's accurate. I don't know. I feel like the scars on the TV look way better than the scars over here. But maybe it's because I haven't added the shines yet. I haven't added the skin shines yet. Let me try that. Maybe it's because I haven't added like the detailed shines yet. Okay. Salsa choque. Salsa choque. I like the songs, they're happy. Oh, by the way, speaking of the title of my stream, happy birthday to Colombia, I guess, even though it isn't really our independence date. It is like the start of our independence. This is the day that commemorates the start of like the independence efforts, but it isn't the true day where we became independent. That's August 7th. And honestly, if I hadn't gone on TikTok, I would And I would have watched like a Chinese woman doing all of the traditional outfits of Colombia to celebrate the Independence Day, I wouldn't really have known that it was the Colombian Independence Day today. But then, well, not today, yesterday. It was yesterday. It's July 20th. And yeah, usually there's like a, I'll just say it, like a parade. I know that there's a parade, but I was really pooped yesterday. I guess I didn't even notice that all of those like planes and helicopters flying over our house were part of the parade. Yeah, it isn't. July 20th is usually important when you only know Colombian history from a surface level. Because you see, this is just like the start of like their revolution. I wouldn't even call it a revolution. Of like the independence fights. That were happening. And that ended up like freeing our country for the first time. Because yes, we did get reconquered. Like, for a while. Again, my country is pretty... It's not the smartest. We aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. Yeah, this is like the start of the independence season, and then in August 7th, we actually have like the real Independence Day, when we were actually free. Yippee! Which, you know, it sounds like pretty sad that we have like our Independence Day in July 20th, but we have to have like another official Independence Day because we got reconquered again because we were so bad. Oh! You are? Stepan? Aya? I mean, immigrating to Colombia is super easy. I'm not even gonna lie. Colombia is pretty welcoming to foreigners. I'm glamorous, but I do not want to give... papaya. So true. So true. I mean... Usually, you have to be, like, pretty dumb to give papaya. If you have lived in a city in the US, you, like, on a big city like New York, you should know what to do in, like, big cities like Colombia. People often paint Colombia as this very, like, unsafe place, but it's just as unsafe as any other area on a metropolitan city. I mean, there are unsafe areas, of course. But, if you go into those unsafe areas knowing that they're unsafe, that's just a you problem. Yeah, where I live, it's relatively safe. It's like New York level safe. Bogota, New York share a lot of similarities. Aside from the fact that we don't have a metro, we have Transmilenio, which is like, I guess, I don't want to say that it's worse. It's just that it's different. But hey, we are making our own metro system. A hybrid metro system, apparently. But yeah, we have buses. And we have really nice food. And fruit. And vegetables. I'm like 30 miles away from LA, but I'm familiar. I don't like cities, so I don't tend to go to them often. Yeah, I get it. I would live in a smaller town if it weren't for the fact that I like having things close to me. Come on, Frida. There we go. Nice and snug on my lap. Frida just came to my lap. Sorry about the noise. So I went to this very small town to do my studies, like the latter half of my university studies, on this very small remote town on Canada. And even though it was very picturesque, it was wonderful, it was so pretty, everyone was so friendly and so nice. And I felt really nice in there. There was nothing to do. And I didn't have a car, so it's not like I would have been able to like go to the city to just check stuff out. I'll have to wait on public transport, and the public transport was not like super well encompassing because again, small town. So I just became really restless. And of course, there was also the fact that Canada was going through a housing recession at the moment, so prices were really high. Oh, and also winter. I became really sick during winter. Oh, they still are? Damn. I assume so. Isn't that right, Frida? Sounds like where I live. No, PK! But yeah, since on winter, I think that I've already told this story, but during winter, since groceries became incredibly high, so high, like quadrupled in price, I decided to cut off some areas here and there. I don't need to buy that much vegetables. I don't need to buy that much meat and stuff. So let's just cut back a little bit. Boom. Anemic. Immediately. I was on bed rest for like a week and a half. Almost 2 weeks. Because I was really pale. I had bruises everywhere. And when I told my mom, my mom was like, don't be stupid. Even if you run out of money, because I did have like a budget that I didn't want to like get out of, my mom was like, even if you run out of money, don't worry about it. Just use the card that we gave you. The thing in Canada is Canada never got hit by the 2009 recession that bad, so they did the stupid move of lowering the interest rates hella low. Wealthy expats and immigrants bought the houses, leaving the locals without any affordable housing. Hey, that happened too here in Colombia. That's why Medellin is basically unlivable unless you are a wealthy expat. I'm not even calling them expats, I'm calling them immigrants. Hello there, Frida. By the way, I found a flea on Frida yesterday night. And I found another flea on Frida today morning. So, I am wondering if maybe I should once again take her to do the torturous cleansing ritual. aka give her a bath and have her potentially poop on my shower. Again. And I love my cat, but holy shit. I have no idea where she got fleas from, because she doesn't get out. She's an indoor cat. I am thinking that maybe my dad, when he goes out to the countryside and leaves his dirty clothes out on the hampers, and Frida goes to sniff them, she may get fleas from there, but it's unlikely because my dad would have probably noticed that he has fleas by the fact that he would have probably gotten bit. It happened in Australia too, huh? That's really interesting. Everyone's just going through it. Rita, are you going through it? Yes? Rita says that she's also going through it. I need to brush her though. She is shedding like crazy. And even though I am not allergic, it doesn't matter if you're allergic or not. A ton of hair going straight up into your nostrils, so it's going to bother you no matter what. Rita, I will brush you once I'm done with stream, okay? But yeah. Honestly, if you decide to come to Colombia one day, feel free to tell me. I'll show you places. Nice places. That sounds very threatening, actually. Yeah, I'll show you around. Isn't that right, Rita? I cannot attest at how good I would be showing people around, given the fact that I have awful sense of direction, but it's okay. Pulls out ice pick. No! I promise! I promise that I am not threatening. I am super nice. And I will show you around nice places, right? Ugh. Rita, you've got so much hair. That? Don't cry, Argentina. The name of that emote is pretty funny. But yeah, I am curious to see what country you design moving out for. I kind of want to go just for the coffee. Oh, the coffee's amazing, PK. And you get really good coffee no matter where you go. Well, actually, not everywhere. Some people use Sello Rojo coffee, which is really gross. But hey, it is like on the same level as coffee that you guys drink anyway, so anything will be an upgrade. Yeah, Uruguay, Denmark, and Chile are in my sights currently. Ooh, I wouldn't recommend Chile though. Chile is teetering towards a recession. Honestly, Uruguay is one of the most stable countries when it comes to both like economics, politics, social stuff. It is very stable. I guess Denmark is also pretty stable. I wouldn't know much about it. But yeah, wherever you go, I hope that you do well. I'm glad that you have crossed out Spain from your list, because I genuinely got worried. Like, there are some kind people in Spain, obviously, but... Ugh. Oh, where Juice Klein lives! Where Juice Klein lives, and where Nikki Tutorial lives. I'm sure it's a wonderful place. Given that they have Juice Klein and Nikki Tutorials. That's honestly the only things I know the Netherlands for. And I think that's very funny. Guys, when you think of the Netherlands, what do you think about? What is like the first thing that comes up into your mind, Sai? Aside from the transatlantic slave trade. Where is Freak's reference? Oh, there it is. Tall people, true. The Netherlands also a ton of dumb people. Honestly, Europe is full of tall people. It's scary. Wheats, sex, positivity, and windmills. So true, Stefan. So true. I have seen windmills once in a picture. They looked fancy. By the way, can you guys hear this? Since this is classical music, it might be super low for you guys. One good thing about the Netherlands, though, is that apparently it is such a small country that people are usually like very kind and welcoming. That's like the positive thing about living in small places, like small towns, small cities, small countries, etc., etc. It's because people are usually nicer. They have like a stronger sense of community. Without the xenophobia, usually. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I'm sure that you'll be okay. Wait, Stefan, you're half Argentinian and half what else? Are you half Danish? Or half Denmarkish? Oh, interesting. I guess it'll just depends on like the culture. Like hospitality here in Colombia is a big thing. So I guess it all depends on like the type of places that you're in. And like the type of culture that you're in too. So half Northern Italian, dad born in Argentina, and half Danish. Ah! Northern Italian, yes. I see. North Italiano. Oh, hey, so you could possibly also like try to immigrate to Italy. I have only been to Rome though, so I wouldn't know how Italy is. See. The only thing that I know about Italians is that they're really bad drivers. Like, terrifyingly bad. So much so I have never feared for my life more than when I was in Rome. I don't want to go to Italy under the current leadership. Oh, that's true, that's true. The current Italian leader is pretty bad. Wait, she actually won? She won? Damn. That sucks. I thought that she was just a candidate. I didn't think that she would have actually won. Yikes. Well. Huh. I suppose I haven't been up to date to my Italian news. Isn't that right, Frida? By the way, fun fact. Maloney, I think her name was. Yeah, I don't remember. I just know her as the Italian neo-Nazi lady. So, fun fact. One of, like, the pre-candidates in our elections, got shot on the head a while ago. Everyone was super worried about him. And, like, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, they announced that he was, like, brain dead. That he was brain dead, and that he would actually still go through like some surgeries. And that confused me a lot, because when somebody is brain dead, that just means that you're illegally dead. There is point of no return. Your brain is dead. So the only way that they could keep you alive is by a machinery. You'd be a vegetable. But then recently, apparently he made a miraculous recovery, and he is getting out of the hospital after some other minor surgeries, and honestly, I call bullshit. I think that he was never brain dead, and that they were just using, like, the shooting as, like, an opportunity to get pity points for the upcoming elections. Because there's no way somebody can come back from being brain dead. I mean, can someone come back from being brain dead? But apparently it is like a very, very miraculous thing. Okay, it is possible. Unless you're Nikki Six of Motley Crue who overdosed on drugs, legally died, but then got revived. Yeah, apparently it seems that it is like extremely rare. Like so rare that you can count the amount of patients that have died and then have been revived on your fingers and toes. So I call bullshit. I think that if he was really brain dead and then miraculously survived, that would be all over international news. That would be all over the place because it apparently is extremely rare. So rare that right now I'm seeing only theoretical articles and one or two articles that say that somebody did survive from brain death. So yeah, I call bullshit. I think that they were lying. I think that they just wanted to use like that. Well, the song Kickstart My Heart is based off his overdose. Oh. Yeah. But I think that there's a difference from dying from like overdose and getting shot in the head. I'm sure that it takes like different approaches to like what type of injury caused your brain death in the first place. I guess I could see somebody dying from overdose being feasibly revived, though I do think that they would be very impaired for the first time because there would be a very huge chemical imbalance. I hope that the guy is okay, that he's doing better without that much secondary effects. But yeah, I call bullshit. I call bullshit. I think that they're just using pity points. And the worst thing is that my family from my mom's side is eating it the fuck up. They're like, oh, poor guy. We're so glad that he's okay. And by the way, this is the same guy that said that a teenager that was killed during a protest like 5 years ago, that he was actually a delinquent and that it was an accident and therefore the police were not fault, even though there was like filmed footage of the kid getting shot. So I have no pity for that guy. And if he was brain dead and I was the family, I think that by doing so many surgeries on his body after getting like confirmation of brain death, it just sounds cruel. Like I get holding on to hope, but it is basically very well known in medicine that after brain death, there's not much you can do aside from like keeping them alive with machinery, but that would just be like prolongating the pain. So yeah, I think that is a lie and that guy absolutely ate up the fact that Colombians don't really know much about medicine to like get pity points for the upcoming elections. Because by the way, the elections are for 2026 are coming up very, very soon. Just looked it up. Nikki Six was clinically dead for 2 minutes from a heroin overdose. He was revived with shots of adrenaline. Huh, interesting. Oh yeah, because heroin, I think that it gives you hypoxia. And so to pump up blood flow to the brain, I guess they could use adrenaline. Huh, interesting. But yeah, no, the news about this guy being brain dead, it was for like a week, for like 2 or 3 weeks that he was brain dead. 2 minutes of brain death, I can think about that. I can think that is feasible. Many people have gone through that, but 2 weeks of saying people, oh, he's brain dead, but now he isn't. I don't buy it. I think that people really are probably believing way too much stuff that is just not medically possible. Let me see. Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. Okay, so 7 days ago, it was revealed that he was brain dead. Oh shit, he got shot on the head twice. Twice! Looks like we got an incoming brain drain, so true. Okay, yeah, so they're still like giving his brain surgeries. They're giving him brain surgery. So 7 days ago, he was brain dead. And then like a couple days ago, they said that, okay, he's not brain dead anymore. Yippee. And he's now like in rehabilitation? I don't buy the brain death story. The brain death story. I'm so sorry. I think that it was like a marketing ploy or something to get more sympathy. Because he is apparently in a process of like neuro rehabilitation or something. Honestly, about the whole story, what actually made me like feel the most is that the person who shot him was a 15-year-old kid who was hired to do it. Like, at what state does our country have to be that a 15-year-old kid that should be at school, should be doing whatever else kids his age do, was in such necessity that he decided, okay, I am going to go on this very dangerous mission that is probably going to get me to jail either way, and shoot this candidate who is very rich and very influential on the head. I think I actually feel more for the kid than for the pre-candidate. Say what you say about my empathy, but honestly, I could care less about the guy who demerited so many violent deaths in our country. You know, like, a taste of his own medicine. Do I feel bad about his wife? I guess. Oh yeah. Okay, another thing. Let's just detach from politics for a second. Isn't that right, Frida? Let's detach from politics for a second and into a more lighthearted mood. So, fun fact. My grandma apparently got like 3 hernias on her, on her column. And we don't know why or how she got them. My theory is that she is old. She is old and she still insists on not having people help her do the daily chores like mopping, passing the broom, cooking, and of course, by cooking, you have to stay up, standing up for a while. And she already had like a small hip injury because she fell down. And since she insisted very harshly on continuing on doing the household duties, and she didn't like getting help, we had hired a nurse for my grandpa. And there was this nurse who was really meshing really well with my grandpa. But my grandma got jealous because the nurse was helping with like tidying up his room and doing his and hers dishes. And my grandma got jealous and she got mad and she asked my mom to fire her. But yeah, anyway, so my theory is that she eventually ended up overworking herself and got those 3 hernias. Thankfully, it isn't anything serious. She does need to go to a physiotherapist because she will need physical therapy since her injuries were in like her spinal column. I don't know how you got hernias on your spinal column, but she got 3. But it isn't anything surgery worthy, which is relief. But yeah, I hope that after this, my grandma starts to realize that perhaps it is okay to let people help her. To allow people to lighten the load a little. And to not get mad at people that came to do their job. And yeah, I'm going to visit my grandma tomorrow. Give her a little visit, also visit my grandpa to see how he's doing because he has been recovering. He's now not bedridden, which is great. And he can walk without assistance from somebody else. But he does need a cane. And before he used to hate canes. He said that he would rather die than use a cane. But now when you look at that, he now uses a cane everywhere. And he likes his little cane. I actually bought him a walker and a cane. And he decided to use a cane instead. Which I am glad he's using. Because at the end of the day, there is no shame in aging and needing something to help you out with your movements. Especially since he was a construction worker in his youth, so obviously his muscles were going to deteriorate more at his age and with the job that he had. But yeah, he's now using his cane and he's now like slowly getting more active, which is great. He does have chronic venous insufficiency. For the people who do not know, it's the same thing that Trump has. And it is important that he does at least walk a few steps a day, even if it does hurt. Because it does help with his circulation. Especially after being bedridden for such a long time, it is very important that he walks a couple steps a day, even if it's assisted, or that he uses a little machine that we got him. And it's one of those, like, desk exercisers where you can just sit down, put your feet over there, and the machine moves them for you, like that. It is very important. I'm glad that he is finally accepting, like, the assistance that he needs. Hopefully Grandma does too, because goddamn. Oh wait, I'm doing this out of order. I forgot that I am not finished with her eyes yet. Yo soy una aventurera, una madrugada en soledad. Soy una guitarra que canta el viento, una bandera de libertad. Por mis venas corre fuego, mis ojos brillan en la oscuridad. I need to get back into exercising. I was doing cardio once a week for 3 weeks as well as doing strength training. God, I need to just start going to the gym or exercising. Remember the time that I said that I was actually going to go to the gym? Well, I signed up and I haven't gone there once. Why? Because I would have to go there all alone, and that's scary. That's so scary. I think that the scariest part of going to the gym is going to the gym. Not doing the exercise, just going to the gym to do things. I think that is terrifying, and I think we should abolish that. I go late nights to avoid people. See, I would do that too, but our gym closes at 9 p.m. Oh, you see, Stefan, that's the difference between you and me. You like socializing. Meanwhile, I still get socializing nightmares from when I was a kid. But yeah, unfortunately, since the gym closes at 9 p.m. and I finish my streams at 10 p.m., I don't really have like the time. The key is to not expect anything. So true. I have zero expectations. Actually, my expectations is that I will die. But also trust yourself. Come on! You're talking to someone who has an anxiety disorder. It's gonna be hard. Honestly, I am just waiting for my mom to go with me. I think that once I go at least once with my mom, I'll feel a little bit more secure in myself. I need my mommy to help me. Excuses. No, it's true. It's okay. I know you're kidding, but still, I need my mommy. I need my mommy to come in with me and introduce me as if it was the first day in daycare. Oh, as in 1 minute, guys. That's in 1 minute. Feel free to grab a snack, grab a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you may need. I will get myself another refill and maybe a snack. I am feeling a little bit hungry. Oy, oy, oy. La mano arriba, cintura sola, la media vuelta, ansacuduro. Mueve la cabeza, ansacuduro. So the thing about this is that I don't want to add a lot of stark shadows because the stark shadows will be added when I do the multiply and overlay layers. So that it looks like the light source is like all the way back here because I was lazy and I didn't want to do it all the way back there from the start. It would have been better in hindsight, but I just didn't wanna. Here we go now. Here we go now. Mina's in the house. Mr. Mina's in the house. I like this song. honestly, it is really nice that Missy Elliott still continues to support young rappers, young female rappers specifically. That's so cool of her. Because Mr. Mina said so. Okay, I'll be right back. What up, I'm back. You miss me? Did you guys miss me? Oh, come on, you guys didn't even try on the words game, that's so sad. I am utterly saddened. And so let's continue. What should I shade next? I'm gonna go with... I think that most of these items are the same color, yes. I wonder how well I'll do in Clip Studio with different brushes, since technically there is no brush like this on Clip Studio. I really need to get on and do more. Like, do the summer art that I have sketched out on Clip Studio. But I want to prioritize commissions and other projects first. Especially since I lost most of the files. And I don't want to keep people waiting too long. Especially with things that usually have to do with money. Because money is very important. I use it to buy Frida food. Ah shit, I forgot to buy my mats. It's okay. It's okay. I'll buy them later. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll reap what I've sowed and we'll have very graphic nightmares as a punishment. Because, by the way, fun fact, if I forget to take my meds, I will have extremely graphic and gory and upsetting nightmares. But it's okay. Oh, I also won't be able to sleep. I would have, like, no sleep whatsoever. Or, well, I would be sleeping, it's just that my sleep won't be restful. Because of all the nightmares. But yeah. I'll reap what I've sowed. Because I forgot to buy my mats today. I am not very good at remembering things. That's why I have alarms for everything. I don't know why it's so easy for me to remember things long term, but when it comes to remembering things short term, I completely blank. My grandma, every time I go visit my grandparents' house, my grandma is like, Ghost, remember to call me when you head home. And I'm like, sure, Grandma, I'll remember to call you when I head home. I always forget. I 100% will always forget. But I will remember what we ate for my sister's birthday a year ago. And I will remember a very specific detail about that one time I was at school during Valentine's Day. And I will remember my schedule on detail. As my mind is really weird like that. F H I. And K. Well, you know, it's just not okay to kiss and then run away. We've been alone, leaving a letter for a lame tree. Oh, what a poor fool I've been, queuing in line for him. And are you the one for me? Say you'll come back to me. Why are you tempted to tease me? Why not you got to understand the value of a woman's heart? Why, it was why. Asks me from your start. And why, yes, why? The question that's on my mind. Oh, why? I love this song. It is so smart and so nice. See if one is the number of men that I've loved, and 2 it's the time I'll say it's you, it's you. 3 is the number of days you've been gone, but it feels like 4 times 2. 8 is the hour the sun goes down. Will I remember life with you around? 9 lives like that one. It's such a good song. And I love the lyricism that it has. It teaches you the alphabet, it teaches you the numbers, it teaches you the multiplication tables. Oh, at least one multiplication operation, just one. But still, it is a very fun song. They did skip 7 though. They did skip the number 7. Also the number 6. They skipped number 6 and number 7. And 5. 5, 6, 7. They skipped all those. I love looking at references. It's so nice. I don't know if the something sounded right now, and I don't know if it's a baby, a cat, or a trombone. Place your votes now. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I don't know if I should have like a little reflection over here. Just a little, like very small. Yeah. And then I should also start adding like light values. Just that again, I cannot really add that much light because technically this piece is in an area that you wouldn't get that much light for anyway. By the way, I have considered doing maybe a stream where you guys submit your dreams for me to narrate, or just like sharing dreams in general. The dreams that I've had that are super weird, but some of my dreams are so gruesome. Specifically the ones that I have when I'm off meds. They're actually very upsetting. Like very, very, very upsetting. Hello, Toki! How are you doing? How are you doing tonight? Or today, I don't know which time zone you're in. Birthday? Is it my birthday? Holy shit! No, it's not my birthday, but thank you! It's not my birthday, it's my country's birthday. Well, yesterday. It's rainy? Oh, I see. I do like rainy days though. They are very relaxing. Yeah, no, it isn't my birthday. It was my country's birthday, the Independence Day. Or, well, sorta Independence Day. Yesterday. So I guess it was just me celebrating my country's late birthday. Even though it isn't my country's birthday. We have a weird history. But yeah, how are you doing? Oh, it's morning for you now. That's... I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad. I am not a morning person. But I assume that mayhaps you are. Or at least, even if you're not, you are enjoying your day. By the way, feel free to claim a free coffee bean. Which is directly from Colombia. I will directly mail you a singular coffee bean. Every single time. For that bean. Girls, I'm gonna try to start learning art. What software should I use? Well, it all depends. First of all, what exactly are you using for art? Are you going to use your computer? Are you going to use your phone or tablet? Yummy herbaceous coffee bean. Because there are different programs depending on which, thing are you using. Oh, Android tablet. Okay, so there are several options for Android tablet. Of course, unfortunately, Procreate is not an option because that is exclusively an Apple software, but you have other programs like VS Paint. VS Paint is probably the simplest one out there. I see a lot of beginners use it because it can be very good and very intuitive for beginners. And there's also Medibang. I do know that the mobile version of Medibang has ads, but Ibis also has ads. So, Medibang is the software that I'm using, and the interface is very similar to the one that you're seeing here right now. Of course, things will be a little bit more squished depending on like what settings your phone has or your tablet has. But Medibang is also a very good beginner option, especially if you want to like make the jump from EVS Paint to Medibang. It could work very well for you. What other things you can do? Yeah, Medibang and EVS Paint are both free. They do have ads though, but you can buy the premium version for a very small amount, like $15 a year, and you'll be okay. Of course, that is only if you can afford it. If you cannot afford it, that's also okay. I was using the free version of Medibang until very, very recently. As for like learning how to draw, I'd recommend personally that even though you want to start digitally, try to at least draw traditionally more often than digitally, because you will need a lot of muscle memory. Drawing is both like have muscle memory and have like knowledge of the human body or what you're going to draw, like observational skills. And the best way to start out is to just like take out your pen and paper or pencil and paper and draw what you see. And that way it also builds up your muscle memory. Digital art can be a little bit finicky because it does require a higher amount of hand-eye coordination. Especially because usually, even though pens are calibrated to be very accurate, usually so that you can actually properly see. Oh! PK! What the heck? Thank you so much! Oh my god, that scared me. But thank you! Learn how to draw. Learn how to draw on pen and paper first. Of course not, PK, you didn't interrupt anything. Also, yeah, Stefan is very, very right. Don't be scared of bad drawings. In fact, you're going to have a lot of bad drawings before you actually start getting good drawings out. I think that I have like my old DeviantArt account when I was like 11 years old, and by that time I had already been drawing since I was 6/7 years old. So that was 4 years of drawing experience, and my drawings were not the best by that time. So you're going to take some time, because again, muscle memory, visual memory is going to take a while to develop. Let me see. All deviations. What? So this is like the drawings that I did when I was like 11 to like maybe 13, 14. Yeah, so obviously once I started like drawing every single day and honing in the stuff and also getting used to the programs, because this was like my first try on digital art when I was like 11 years old. And I didn't know a lot about brush settings, I didn't know about layers, I didn't know about anything. But as I started learning more and watching tutorials and experimenting, I became more comfortable. The same goes with drawing traditional art. If you want to get better at art in general, you will have to experiment and you will have to make some ugly drawings. Not all of my drawings are going to be pretty, and this is after I was drawing for a while. I had been drawing for quite a long time. As you can see, I slowly but carefully became better at drawing, and I started getting better and better, slowly and steadily. And as you can see, I still continued to make traditional art. I didn't marry to a type of art or to a type of like program or technique early on, because the whole point of like this exploratory areas when you're learning how to draw is to see what fits you best, to just experiment as much as you can, especially because you don't know how your hand will work best. Maybe you will be better at pencil drawings, maybe you will be better using oil pastels or crayons or markers. And yeah, don't even though it can be difficult to not like beat yourself up and be a perfectionist, again, just remember that as long as you're like drawing, you've already won. You've already gotten yourself halfway through, because you are starting to just work on your basics, and the more that you draw, the more mistakes you will see on your art, and that is okay, because the more mistakes that you see on your art, that just means that you're learning what things you can change and what things you can make better. And you can learn to work on them. So for example, I didn't like drawing hands. I hated hands, so I usually avoided them. But once I actually started trying to draw hands, I also started to get more bold. And even though I wasn't exactly satisfied with them, I still wanted to continue learning. And this is my gallery from when I was 13. Let me jump up to my other gallery, which was like for a couple of years ago. So this was when my old account got deleted. But it has like all of my art process. And again, this doesn't even show like how accurate my art process was, because I didn't post everything to my DeviantArt. I posted what I was proud of. And I think that's also something that people tend to forget. Most of the art that you're going to see in social media is going to be art that the artists that made them are going to be proud of, or that are going to be like sufficiently satisfied to post. There's so many doodles, there's so many drafts, there's so many things I just didn't actually upload to my DeviantArt or that I showed to people. I have a ton of sketchbooks full of doodles, full of drawings, full of studies that have never seen the light of day. Meanwhile, all of this was something that I was satisfied enough to show to other people. As you can see, yeah, I did a ton because I was at school and I hadn't still been burnt out. Yeah. Of course, when you don't have that much time to draw, it can be a little bit daunting, but even 5-minute doodles work. Just like sitting down while you're taking a coffee or you're taking a break from whatever you're doing can be very good for your art progress. And remember that art isn't like a linear process. You're not always going to get immediately better. In fact, you're going to have some dips in quality. You're going to have some dips on how your art looks and how satisfied you are with your art. But that just means that you are probably just evolving a new style, or that you are starting to experiment more. And experimenting is good. Experimenting in art is always good. You'll always learn something from it. So it's okay to experiment and fail, or to try something else and learn that you don't like it, because at least you know that you don't like it. For example, I once really wanted to be a animator, but then I tried animating and I realized that I hated it. And that's okay. Because now I know that I actually prefer illustrations, even if they can be very intricate. And just like how people usually that do animation for life, they usually didn't start animating. They usually just started drawing and then went on to animation later on and realized that they really liked it. So something that you may avoid experimenting on might actually be something that you may really like. So yeah, I guess that's my advice. I did get a little bit rambly in the end, but I think that if you're learning art, the best thing that you can do is to just practice, specifically with pen and paper, so that you can learn a little bit more muscle memory and hand-eye coordination, so that then you can make the jump to digital. And also to not be overly critical about yourself. Art is supposed to be fun at the end of the day. You're supposed to enjoy the process of drawing. And if it's stressing you out a lot, maybe sometimes it is okay to just like grab a break, take your time to recoup, and try again. A failed art piece is not a death sentence. And sometimes frustration can make really pretty art. I'm sure Jackson Pollock probably didn't think about his flattery art until he just became really, really mad one day and dropped a ton of paint on a canvas. Also, Stefan is really, really spot on. Yeah, if you want to start out using digital art, that's okay. But I'd recommend to also do traditional art on the side or in tandem. Because I think that with the rise of digital era, there's a lot of things, specifically motor and hand-eye coordination things that people are losing. And that includes drawing. A lot of people that start off with digital art don't know basic techniques that you usually can work with a pen and pencil. And one thing that I really like about traditional art is that it teaches you how to be resourceful. Bob Ross is really good. Bob Ross is really, really good, and he is a very good teacher. He really breaks everything down so that it can be easily understandable. And I think that's amazing. I think that the example that I would give as to how some people are like losing some techniques that digital art now makes automatically is cross-hatching and hatching and texturizing by hand. Many people don't know how to do that and they rely on textures. And while that is good because it does help artists to work better, I think that it is important to learn how to cross-hatch and how to do these very simple exercises, because you may not use cross-hatching and shade and those types of shading like hatch shading on your drawings, but they're great for warming up your hand. These exercises help a lot to loosen up your hand. Especially because you also learn how to create even lines. Or evenish lines. And one good thing about traditional art that people often forget that they can do in digital art is that you can tilt your canvas. You can tilt your piece of paper so that you can draw more comfortably. You can tilt, you can move, you can look back. That is something that sometimes people forget when they're not that used to traditional art, because sometimes the concept of just like moving your canvas around when you're a beginner digital artist can feel a little bit daunting. But once you know that you can do it, it can be very liberating. And again, it's all about learning how to view your strokes on a reduced and expanded space. I think that this is good. There are like pros and cons to everything, but I would still recommend traditional art for beginners. Because not only it is cheap, in the sense that you can quite literally start with lined paper and pen, even more so, some people go like full on carving branches and burning them to make charcoal, and getting scraps of paper or newspaper to do their drawings. But again, it also teaches a lot of like motor skills that will help your digital art later on. For example, this blended style of shading, it helped me out a lot to actually start doing watercolors. I do most of my traditional illustrations as a hybrid of watercolors and colored pencils, and that's what's helped evolve my digital art style. Because even though the rendering does look different in my traditional and digital works, when I decided that I wanted to like bridge the gap and learn how to shade both of them so that they will look more cohesive one beside the other, I started learning more stuff about how I draw, how I render, and how I can create the effect of watercolor or create a more blended effect on my drawings. I also learned how to make my watercolor drawings smoother in the terms of making them better rendered and have more detailed, and not be so afraid of having a couple mistakes with the watercolor, even though they're annoying to mix. Oh, I need to send to the Discord the traditional drawings that I actually promised you guys. In fact, everyone, feel free to join the Wisp Discord, where you can get notified for my streams. I talk with other Wisps, and also, if you're subscribed, you can also get a couple of cool stuff. Like discounts for my merch shop, because yes, I do have a merch shop, and also early bird fees for whether it is fan art, adaptables, or original art. Oh, and you also get HQ downloads of all of my fan art and original artworks that I've made, so that you can download and look at with your big ol' peepers. I think that maybe this will work better if it was like a more bluish tint. Yeah. Yeah, 100. This works way better as a blue. Yeah, as you can see, it's getting better. No, another art tip that I would give you is to just like observe your environment. Like, look at other places, other people. Look at how things are affected by the environment they're in. Because art, specifically like the images of things, how we see the world, and how things look, is affected by their environment. So, depending on how much light there is, the type of light there is, the type of material something is made out of, the type of things that they're doing in a specific area, or even like the paint colors on a bedroom, or the decorations that you have, it can change how you see things, because art and colors and everything, it doesn't work in a vacuum. That's not how our eyes see the world. Our eyes first process the big image, the big picture, and then they start slowly checking out every detail. The more you focus on those details, the more you'll be able to recognize them. And being able to recognize what things affect that big picture and what little details you can use to make your art feel a little bit more realistic can also be a very good thing to add and to think about whenever you're drawing or whenever you're going out. That's also a reason why I never go out of the house without my little drawing pad. Because what if I find something interesting that I want to draw? What if I learn about like a specific context, concept or something, or I see something that might help me on a piece that I may be stumped on? Learning how to draw can be difficult if you're not wired to be a more visual person, but it can definitely be trained. You can train your eye to recognize those patterns. Now let me pin my Discord message. There you go. Actually, you know what? I used to watch a lot of videos by this person called Mark Crilly, who actually did a lot of tutorials, so not just like anime artwork, but also teaching you some of the fundamentals of art. And I think that he still uploads up to this day, which is insane. But he has done a ton of things, and he is an amazing artist. And he is very good at explaining. And again, even though he does do traditional art, you can do it digitally. You can follow his tutorials digitally. And that was the resources that I used back when I was learning how to draw. Mark really was my go-to. Even though his style is not something that I use, like it's not similar to the style that I have, you can still take away more and more things from his drawings to apply to your own style. It's all about versatility. Oh, and he even has like courses and stuff. Nice. Oh, another thing. Now that I remember, Aishindo, from A for Love Letter has started like going a more educational, yeah, like a more educational direction with his streams. You could always pop in and also ask him questions. He's a very good artist too. He makes really pretty drawings. His rendering is way better than mine. I'm not even gonna lie. And he is very approachable, and he actually has like this dedicated streams just doing studies and drawing and giving tips to the viewers, and sometimes he even like helps on stream the drawings that people submit. And if you ever feel like you want like a more dedicated art feedback thingamajig, feel free to like pop in on his streams as well. Let me give him a shout out. There you go. He isn't streaming today, but he does streams Tuesdays. So he streams tomorrow. I believe he streams Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. That's his schedule. Or is it? Yeah, I think that's it. Let me check his schedule. Let me check guy's schedule. Okay, yeah. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. He apparently also added Sunday to his list. Yippee! In fact, fun fact, I was never really that good at shading pants. Specifically, like shading the creases of pants because I was scared that I would be seen as creepy because I was looking at people's crotches. And it wasn't because I was a pervert, it was just because I really didn't know how to shade pants correctly, and I needed to know how the creases functioned. But then I realized, oh crap, stock pictures exist. I can't be judged if the person that I am looking at is a picture on my screen. So I just found stock pictures and studied them. And I actually does that. You can just get pictures from fashion magazines that you like or from Pinterest and try and emulate what you're seeing. And there are a ton of resources on the internet. There's a ton of people that actually make a living from just creating posts and reference pictures for artists. And there's always a tutorial for something. It doesn't matter how niche you think it is, there's always going to be someone who is willing to create something to help you out. And this might be outdated, but honestly, DeviantArt is full of really good tutorials. In fact, if you're not uncomfortable with NSFW art, though you can filter that out, that pretty easily, there's this artist called NCO that is also very, very good. I actually use him a lot for perspective. Let me just like do the tutorial thing. But he has really, really good tutorials. There's also this account on Twitter that I don't remember how it's called that has a ton of tutorials from a book that they published. They just post some tutorials as well on their Twitter and Blue Sky every once in a while. And they also have very, very good tutorials. Not as anime-centric, but still very good nonetheless. In fact, I'm sure that I can find it pretty easily just scrolling through my following tab. Oh man, Tako Watanabe is so cool. But yeah, one thing that I love about the artist community is that people are so readily available to just share their process and share how things work and how to help people improve in any way that they know of for free. Like, it is very rare that somebody like put something behind a paywall unless it is like a very big tutorial or something that is more detailed than the tutorial they post, because sometimes artists do like simple tutorials for the general public and more detailed larger tutorials for members of their Patreon or something. God damn. I am sliding, but I cannot find anything. Give me a second. Or maybe I should go to artist trending. Maybe going to artist trending would be the choice. I do like that Blue Sky has a feed that specifically is for art. I think that's really cool. So that you can just see like actual art over there. Just see, maybe if I just like type out tutorial. Oh, there it is, the Etherington Brothers. There we go. Very good tutorials as well. Yippee! Yeah, those are like the people that I used to see and that I also looked up tutorials for. And they also have animation tutorials, not just illustration tutorials. They actually have a huge book that you can buy with all of the tutorials and everything. And they also have a magazine. The Think When You Draw magazine. And they have the little blogspot, and they have their Twitter and their Instagram. Damn, that blogspot is kind of old. That's okay. Of course, all of these artists and resources that I've given you, they're all going to be like heavily dependent on what you want to draw, what style you want to use, and what you'd like to learn from them. But I think that there's something of value in every single tutorial that you find. I wonder if there's like some sort of like skin fold tutorial that I can use, because I think that I'm gonna need one for this. See? I still don't know everything. I still need tutorials for some stuff. Hmm. I don't know. I'm not looking for fabric folds. I'm looking for skin folds. Like how skin folds onto itself when you bend. You see. I wonder what my FBI agent thinks when I look up something like skin folds tutorial. Is this more crilly? No, it's slim draw. Okay. Well, I don't need it to be that detailed. The thing is that people overlook just how difficult it is to draw like skin folds. Folded skin when you bend. I know that technically it's also like a perspective thing, but still. Oh, ads in 1 minute, guys. Ads in 1 minute. Feel free to grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever you may need. And I'll be back for another hour of me trying to figure out how to draw skin folds. Or how to create the illusion that this character is actually like bending slightly. Like that. Second. I may have fucked up. Oh, let me pull out my anatomy book. Let me pull it out for a second. Okay. Shout out to Human Anatomy for Artists: The Elements of Form by Elliot Goldfinger. This book is amazing. I actually should practice more of the stuff that you are taught here. The joints, muscle action at joints. There we go, that's... Motion strong, 131, okay. Okay. That is the back. How about the front? Laterals. More back, more not laterals. Okay, now we've got something. And I don't like jackets. I don't like book jackets. They're very annoying when you're trying to handle a book. Okay, that's the sternum, but that's covered. Okay. Yes, navel. Okay, so this is smooth. This is smooth. And when you bend down, it is like all of these things. Yes, the obliques. Mm-hmm. 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 I'm sorry. I cannot give you like a visual reference of what I'm seeing, but I am like referencing the pictures and diagrams that I have from this book. Is that I don't know how marked Freak's obliques are. Do you guys think Freak has marked up obliques? Oblique muscles? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe she does have some oblique action. She has tummy, but I don't see those obliques super marked up. No, that's pectorals. This actually works, I guess. Forearm. You know, let me look at the bendy things. 47, 50. I'm sorry, are you guys enjoying this, like, me turning paper ASMR? Muscle action at joints. Oh shit, that's a ton of muscle types. Blanket, I got a question for you. Of course, Stefan! Holy fuck. I thank God every single day that our teacher didn't actually force us to memorize every muscles. But yeah, let's have Freak. Stefan, what do you want to ask me? What I will like though is that bend. If I look up reference image like bent torso or something. I said bent. Not regular muscle man torso. Okay, Adonis, how about you actually, like, show me actual reference pictures, please and thank you. Things that these apps are way too built up. Torso, torso, torso. Stefan. Oh, Stefan. Male torso. Why are you oiled up? There we go. Now we got some nice bent torso action. So you know how Iron Mouse is living Bishoujo? Well, back in 2024, when I was still a human, I auditioned for Bishoujo and I had a mafia persona. And this was before Emily. Can I send you pictures? Of course! Also, yeah. I remember you told me about, like, the Bishoujo audition. There you go. Those are some good torso wrinkles. I can work with that. This person is way more muscular than Freak, but I just think of it as just like seeing a little dummy, a muscle dummy. Yeah, okay, so we'll be seeing a lot more definition over here. Honestly, I didn't even know that Emily was a mafia persona. I just thought that she was Butterfly. A monarch butterfly. Even though she did not use a monarch butterfly, she actually used like a fantastical blue butterfly that doesn't exist, but it's okay. It's not like I'm an entomology nerd or anything. She sure says she shot a good eye. But yeah, now I can see. So usually this. Oh, tengo que sé. Can just maybe just like do like 2 over here. She said she shot a good eye. Oh my god, that was amazing. Wait, I've seen this outfit. I think that I've seen it like when scrolling up your Discord. I've seen this. It looks so cool. Also, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw this geo change, I thought it was an avocado. I'm sorry. Let me see. Emily, excuse me while I look up into your torso. I think that there are some similarities, but when it comes to like the details, I think that there are specific differences that you can see. So for example, she doesn't wear a dress shirt, or if she does, like, not completely button. The color palette is not really the color palette is, even though it is blue, this one veers more towards green. It is warmer. This one goes all the way into blue. And I see that the leather parts are swapped around. Like, you've got the leather boots, which you guys both have, but she has a leather jacket, and her silhouette is different. I do see, like, similarities, but it comes on, like, the similarities that you'd usually find on, like, a lot of mafia personas. Just like the business casual chic. I do think that, well, there could have been inspiration. I think that the inspiration would be too vague. I do really like this design though. I think that you look very nice. And I didn't even know that Emily was a mafia persona. But yeah, I see where you're coming from, but I think that the similarities just veer towards into like way too general. But yeah, it's okay. I think that everyone has got like that sneaking suspicion. Oh yeah. Look at this. Without the reference and with the reference, I think that we definitely improved on Freak's little apps over here. Subtle, but still like marked enough that you know that they're there. Oteko. Oteko. Maybe I can just like There you go. Sparkly skin. Sparkly, sparkly. No problem, Stefan. You know, that reminds me, so there's this comic called Hooky, and I have two OCs, Atlas and Io, which are, Merlin kids and our wizards and stuff, and I made an animatic of, Evelyn, and the whole thing is that in Evelyn, they're seen as kids, and when Atlas was a kid, he had black hair, but it turned white, after a specific magical thingy. And then I once got this comic asking like, hey, is this Hooky? And I was like, no. And apparently people thought that I was way too rude when I replied because I just said like, no. And well, anyways, I did like feel hurt that people compare like my character to the Hooky characters. But then when I read Hooky, because I did end up reading Hooky out of curiosity, I was like, oh yeah, I get it. But then again, black-haired twins who are wizards and have like some sort of like twin breakdown, and they have like this sort of like dark story isn't the most creative thing in the world. And while of course Atlas and Io and the main characters from Hooky have way different stories and trajectories, surface level at the end of the day, you see two black-haired twins that do magic, you're going to go for either or the other. Because it's just like in broad strokes. Wait, Stefan, did you actually send your auditions to Bishoujo? I thought that you recorded them, but you never sent them in. Or did you actually send them in? Though honestly, maybe it is very fortunate. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise that you didn't get in for Bishoujo, given what is happening right now. And they haven't even debuted the talent that they did auditions for, as far as I'm aware of. I did, but I haven't... Oh, I see. Hey, it was a blessing in disguise. Maybe they did you a favor. Because it's Stefan, think about it. That could have been you that would have been embroiled in a contract with a company that allegedly stole 500k from charity. Yeah. And again, the talent that they got from the auditions hasn't debuted yet. Emily was debuted, but she wasn't one of the audition talents. She was offered the job, but they were still doing auditions. So that debut thingy, that like person that did the auditions is different. And they haven't debuted yet. Imagine debuting after all of this thing with Iron Mouse happened. That would have been hell on earth. I do really feel bad for the talent that ends up debuting. If they end up debuting at all, I don't know. Because at that point, if the alleged accusations of owing a charity 500k and not paying your talents on time or paying them skewed amounts is real, they would have like an embezzling case going on. On the very least, and I am glad that it didn't happen to someone outside of the US. Because even though Iron Mouse is Puerto Rican, she's from Puerto Rico, and it is its own country, it is also part of the US. It is considered US territory. So at least she won't have to deal with the headache that is international law. Or at least, I don't know how much she would have to deal with international law. I guess she would have to deal with it at least a little bit. Because I assume that there's a difference between Puerto Rican and US laws on some things. But they have to overlap somewhere. Since it is still a US territory. And it is governed by Mr. US of A. Oh no. Man. Hopefully Iron Mouse is doing okay. That must have been devastating to learn though. Because she had been with Bishojo for so long. That it was probably like something very near and dear to her. And apparently with the way management was talking to her, she did feel really, really guilty if she ever decided to leave, because she felt responsible for the company in some way. Even though she's an employee, she is not like part of management or the directives or anything like that. So blah blah blah. And you know what's the saddest thing? Is that the Immunodeficiency Foundation uses Iron Mouse as like one of like their role models. It's so sad. Like, how evil do you have to be to fuck up a foundation that actively like lifts up one of your talents as a role model and someone to look up to? And the fact that apparently like Mouse has been yeah. Yeah, it not only makes Mouse look bad, but it probably makes like a lot of content creators look bad. Just by association, because usually content creators, VTubers, and YouTubers in general, people that do this are seen as a monolith. But yeah. But hey, Mouse and Connor are still on the immunodeficiency page as well. So I guess that even though they knew like they are being owed a ton of money, they still have enough like goodwill on Mouse to like keep her there and be like, hey, we know that this isn't really you that did this. This is like a company thing. Also, very sad that unfortunately the Immunodeficiency Foundation has that specific acronym related to them, given current circumstances. Because I always have to do a double take whenever I say like, oh, we're making donations to support the IDF. I have to do a double take and see like, what IDF? What IDF are we talking about right now? Yeah, I hope that everything can be resolved, and honestly, I hope the people that were involved with this and that were responsible for all of this get what they deserve. Whatever that may be. It is all alleged. These are all just my personal opinions stemming from allegations. This is not an accusation. But yeah, very unfortunate acronym for the Immunodeficiency Foundation to have. Because these pants are like a little bit glossy. Okay. That's the first. Hello, Frida. She was sleeping in her cave. Honestly, I need to wash all of Frida's stuff. I'll probably do it tomorrow. My mom told me that my room smelled like cat real bad. So I'm probably gonna have to do a thorough clean. Because the mist is getting a little bit stinky. Is a stinky pants who's stinking up my room. Birthday? Birthday? My birthday? Colombian birthday? No, beige! It's... Yesterday was my country's, like, first Independence Day. There's two. So no, it isn't my birthday. It's like Colombia's pre-birthday, before the real birthday, but somehow more popular than the real birthday. Oh, thank you! How have you been, beige? Remember to get your daily coffee bean. It is very important to me that everyone gets a daily coffee bean. What I could do to make it look more shiny. Let's do this. Yay! Bean me. I will. You have now been beaned. Yeah, I'm just working on some commissions. Oh yeah, that looks shiny. Commission work, yes. After I lost 2 years worth of files, including my most recent MDP files where I had my commission works because they were all corrupted. In fact, I think that I still have some. Let me show you how they look like when they're corrupted. Let me see. This is what my commissions, the ones that I was working on, look like because they were corrupted. So I had to lock in and start a ton of commissions from scratch. Because when I opened them, nothing. Nothing. Not a singular thing. It moved. Yeah. My computer ate them all. So, I had to restart some commissions, so I need to lock in. So that I can make my commissions and remake them and hand them out at like a reasonable time. I mean, with reason, of course. I have already notified commissioners and told them that, hey, I'm probably not going to be delivering your commissions super in time because I lost all the files. Same with like projects that I was doing, because I was also working on some projects outside of commissions, like fan sign drawings that I was making. Hello, Frida. Aw, thank you so much, Paige. It's okay though, I have already mourned the loss. Now we are in lock-in mode. And my dad just came in and he was asking if I was why I had the anatomy book out. Well, it was because I was using it. I was using the anatomy book to do anatomy. Let's see. I think that this effect looks good. Maybe I could add a little bit over here. Just to like this arm. Just like very subtle. I don't know how black flames work, but I'm sure that they would like absorb light. They would do the opposite of like a regular light flame would do, right? I was anatomizing. I was studying the human body. Oh, fun fact. When I was little, I used to have dark brown hair. It was basically just like common consensus in my house that I had dark brown. But then it has become so dark that when I went to the hairdressers recently, they were like, "Oh, did you dye your hair black?" No, that's just my age. It just darkened a lot. And now it's like pitch black. I have no idea why that happened. I wonder if it has something to do with me aging. Which, you know, is weird because usually when you become older, you usually start getting gray hairs. But not me. My hair just gets darker. Like my soul. I do know that when babies are born, they do have lighter hair than what they'll eventually end up as. But I had dark brown hair for most of my life, for almost 20 years, and then boom, black. Pitch black. That's very interesting, I believe. Then again, my hair also changed texture as I grew. It became wavier. Before I had curly hair. Okay, so this is what it's looking at like right now. Wow. What's up, Frida? So fun fact, when you actually do like lightning layers and stuff, sometimes it is better to just use black as your eraser, because on the ad layer it just comes off as transparent, than actually going for the actual eraser, because it blends it better. I don't know how effect layers work. I think that they do some math to like give you the color, but I suppose that the equation with math and with just eraser transparency makes it so that depending on what you pick, the effect will be different. And I just found that with black it is more seamless. Like you'll see what I'm talking about once I use this watercolor. Wow. The fact that this isn't even like the final effect layer, and just, I guess, adding more detail for fun. Oh, I love this song. It's so good. And how many years has it been since this song released? It must have been a while. 잘하겠다요. Now for week's makeup before I forget. Bling. Like edit particle size in here. Oye, traicionero, que yo me muera por tu alma. Traicionero, que yo me muera y yo me encuentre por tu alma. Taran, tan, taran, taran, tan, taran, tan. What's wrong, Frida? Beady, 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 beady. Oye, traicionero, que yo me muera. Alma. No space. Yeah. Y yo me muera. Donde yo me encuentre rogaré por tu alma. Oye, traicionero, que yo me muera. Donde yo me encuentre rogaré por tu alma. Guys, on a scale from dollar dola to hamesha tumko cha, how are you feeling right now? Please answer with Bollywood songs only. Boom boom. Idula 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 mandula idula 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 mandula idula. Look at that sparkly eyeshadow. Boom, 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 boom. Whoops. Rita. Okay, it's almost 10 p.m. So about my end time. So let's see how we can rate out to. Yes, I think that this is enough drawing for today. And we can actually read out to somebody right now. Let's see who's online. Let's see who's online. As always, feel free to give me suggestions in chat. Let's go to the just chatting screen. There we go. Let's see. who is online right now? Oh, I should probably also like block out my rates. Yeah, there you go. Who am I following that is streaming right now? Oh, there's Cry. There's Gin and Tonic. There's Coco Bun. There's Mary Bun. There's Flopsy. And then there's Sign. Oh, there's a ton of people that we can write out to. Let's see. The one with least viewers right now is Flopsy, so let's rate out to Flopsy. And give her a nice surprise. Yes. As always, here are my socials if you want to check on my socials and see all of the art that I do. And here is my YouTube, both regular YouTube where I post videos and speed paints, and my bot YouTube where I post all of my old bots. Also, I have a shop right now. I have made a pretty big restock. I have a ton of items open. And let's see, I think that's it. So here's our raid message and our raid message for subs. I will see you guys on Wednesday for more art, and on Friday and Saturday for more gaming streams, possibly Katamari or Minecraft. I don't know. But yes, thank you so much for coming, everyone, and I hope that you have a nice evening, night, morning, wherever you are, and feel free to grab a strap, have a drink, or do whatever you need to do. And yeah, let's raid out to Flopsy. Yippee!